Hello and welcome back to the Cosmic Enigma. Here we share real-life experiences of encounters with the unknown, stories that come from beyond the stars, crafted to help you relax and drift off to sleep. Drop a comment and let me know where you're listening from. I love seeing just how far this mystery reaches. Now find a comfortable spot, take a deep breath, and let yourself be carried away. Story 1. It wasn't the first time the evening air felt different. Curtains fluttered oddly, their usual rhythm slightly disrupted by something unseen. The door creaked gently in its frame, its hinges whispering tales of quiet usage. No one had moved the vase, but the flowers seemed shorter. I scanned the shelves, counting each book, confirming their unchanging order. It was almost reassuring. I noted the subtle difference in dust patterns, an unspoken path through the room. As I glanced towards the window, I left it slightly open, just in case. To whoever finds this letter, if anyone ever does, I need you to understand that I'm not crazy. At least, I don't think I am. Maybe that's what everyone says when they're writing something like this. Maybe that's the first sign. I've been carrying this weight for so long now that it's become part of me, like a second heartbeat, like breathing underwater. You know that feeling when you're drowning but your lungs still work? That's what living with this secret feels like. Every morning I wake up and pretend that everything is normal, that the world makes sense, that I'm the same person I was before. But I'm not. I can't be. The thing is, I never told anyone. Not my family, not my closest friends, not even myself sometimes. I learned to swallow the words before they could form. I learned to smile when people asked how I was doing. I learned to nod along when they talked about ordinary things like weather and work and weekend plans, as if I still belonged to that world. But I don't belong anywhere now. There's this sound, I know that sounds ridiculous, starting with something so simple, but that's how it began. A humming, not mechanical, not electrical, something organic. Like the sound your blood makes when you press your ear to your own wrist, but deeper, resonant. It comes from everywhere and nowhere. From the walls, maybe, from the air itself. The first time I heard it, I thought it was the refrigerator. You know how appliances develop their own little songs. But when I unplugged everything in the house, the humming continued. When I went outside, it followed me. When I covered my ears, it got louder. That was when I knew. I started keeping track, not obsessively, just carefully, the way you might monitor a fever. I'd note when the humming was strongest, what time of day, what I was doing when it started. I filled 3 notebooks with observations that probably look insane to anyone else. Temperature readings, barometric pressure, the position of furniture, whether the mailman had come yet. Anything that might explain why some days the sound was barely a whisper, and other days it felt like it was coming from inside my skull. The notebooks are hidden now. I won't tell you where. I can't risk someone finding them and thinking they understand what happened to me. They don't contain answers anyway, just questions that multiply like cells dividing. Do you ever have dreams where you're walking through your own house but all the rooms are slightly wrong? The kitchen is too narrow. The bathroom mirror shows someone else's reflection. The stairs have an extra step that shouldn't be there. That's what my waking life became. Familiar but shifted, like living in a photograph that's been developed incorrectly. The humming changed me, or maybe I changed because of the humming. It's hard to know which came first. I started noticing things I'd never seen before. Patterns in the wallpaper that formed faces when you looked at them sideways. Shadows that moved independently of their objects. The way dust settles in perfect spirals if you leave a room untouched for exactly 4 days. People began looking at me differently too. Subtle at first. A hesitation before they said my name. A pause when I entered a room, like they were trying to remember who I was. My own mother started introducing me to neighbors I'd known for years, as if she'd forgotten they'd met me before, as if I'd become someone who needed explaining. I tested this. I'm not proud of it, but I had to know. I walked into the coffee shop I had been visiting every morning for 3 years. The barista stared at me with polite confusion. She asked what I'd like to order as if she'd never seen me before, as if I hadn't been ordering the same drink from her for 1,000 mornings, as if I'd become invisible and visible again, but incorrectly reassembled. That night I stood in front of my bathroom mirror for 2 hours, just staring, trying to see what others were seeing, or not seeing. My reflection looked normal to me. Same eyes, same mouth, same scar on my chin from when I was 7. But when I moved my hand, there was a delay, just a fraction of a second, like my reflection was having trouble keeping up. I stopped looking in mirrors after that. The humming grew stronger. It started happening during conversations, making it hard to concentrate on what people were saying. Their words would get mixed up with the sound, creating sentences that made no sense. A coworker asked me to pass the stapler, but I heard the walls are breathing. A cashier told me to have a nice day, but the humming translated it as "you don't exist here anymore." Maybe I was losing my mind. Maybe the humming was tinnitus and the forgetting was just coincidence and the mirror thing was stress-related. Maybe there's a perfectly reasonable explanation for all of it, but explanations require someone to listen, and I'd already become someone people forgot they'd met. I started spending more time alone. It was easier. The humming was clearer when there were no other sounds competing with it, and I began to understand that it wasn't random. There were patterns, rhythms. Sometimes it almost sounded like language, if language could exist without words. That's when the visitations started. I don't know what else to call them. Not ghosts, not hallucinations, presences. Like when you're home alone but you keep thinking you hear someone moving around in the next room. Except instead of checking and finding nothing, I learned to just accept that something was there. Something that existed in the spaces between certainty and doubt. They never showed themselves directly. I'd catch glimpses in my peripheral vision. A figure standing at the end of the hallway. A face in the window that vanished when I turned to look. Handprints on surfaces I'd just cleaned. The impression of someone sitting on my couch, the cushions still depressed long after I'd entered the room. I wasn't afraid. That's the strangest part. I should have been terrified, but instead I felt, recognized. Like these presences knew me in a way that other people had forgotten how to. They acknowledged my existence when the rest of the world was slowly editing me out. I started leaving things for them. A cup of coffee on the kitchen counter, an extra pillow on the couch. I'd come home from work and find small signs that they'd been there. The coffee would be gone, evaporated or consumed or simply disappeared. The pillow would be warm. This went on for, I don't know how long. Time became unreliable. I'd sit down to eat breakfast and suddenly it would be dark outside. I'd go to bed exhausted and wake up feeling like I'd been walking all night. My watch started running slow, then fast, then stopped working altogether. The humming became constant, a background soundtrack to everything. I learned to function with it, the way you learn to live with chronic pain. It was just part of me now, part of the person I was becoming. But the presences were changing too. Getting bolder. I'd come home to find my furniture rearranged in patterns that hurt to look at directly. Books pulled from shelves and stacked in impossible towers. Messages written in the condensation on my windows, but in symbols I didn't recognize. I tried to photograph them once, the messages, but they never showed up in pictures. The camera would capture everything else perfectly. The window, the room, my own reflection, but the symbols were always missing, as if they existed in a frequency that couldn't be recorded. That's when I realized I might be disappearing too. I started avoiding people altogether. It was too painful to see the confusion in their eyes, the way they'd struggle to remember why they'd started talking to me. I called in sick to work until they stopped calling back. I let my mail pile up. I ordered groceries online and left notes asking for them to be left at the door. The presences seemed to approve of my isolation. They became more active, more present. I'd wake up to find them sitting at my kitchen table, their forms just solid enough to cast shadows. They never tried to communicate directly, but I understood that they were waiting for something, for me to cross some invisible threshold, for me to stop pretending I still belonged to the world I'd been born into. The humming reached a crescendo. It filled my head so completely that I couldn't think around it. I couldn't remember what silence sounded like. I couldn't remember what it felt like to be fully human. And then one morning I woke up and realized I couldn't remember my own name. I knew it was there somewhere in my mind, but every time I reached for it, it slipped away like water. I looked through my mail, my identification, searching for some reminder of who I used to be. The letters on my driver's license seemed to rearrange themselves when I wasn't looking directly at them. My signature on old documents looked like it had been written by someone else. I was becoming like them, the presences, existing in the spaces between recognition and forgetting. I'm writing this letter because it might be my last chance to leave something behind, some proof that I was here, that I was real, that I mattered to someone once upon a time. The humming is so loud now that I can barely hear my own thoughts. The presences have stopped hiding. They sit openly in my living room, patient and welcoming. I think they're waiting for me to join them. I think I want to. The world I used to belong to has already forgotten me. My absence won't create any ripples. No one will file a missing person report. No one will wonder where I went. I'll simply not be. And maybe that's not such a terrible thing. Maybe some people are meant to slip between the cracks. Maybe some of us are supposed to exist in the spaces that others can't see. The humming is beautiful now. It sounds like coming home. If you're reading this, if somehow this letter finds its way to someone who can still see the words on the page, then maybe you'll understand. Maybe you'll recognize the sound when it starts. Maybe you'll be less afraid than I was. Or maybe you'll have the strength to fight it. I don't know anymore. The curtains are moving again, the door is creaking. The flowers in the vase look different today, taller somehow, more vibrant. The dust patterns have shifted into new configurations. I think it's time. I'm leaving the window open, just in case. Story 2. Block 1, The Only Certainty asterisk. The morning sun filtered softly through the linen curtains, casting a gentle glow across the oak-paneled living room. A faint aroma of lavender lingered, hinting at a quiet comfort that should have been reassuring. Yet the gentle tick of the grandfather clock seemed oddly out of sync, a heartbeat missing in its steady rhythm. Across the room, the cabinet's keyhole shimmered strangely, as if winking at a secret. Everything was undisturbed on the surface, but the air felt charged, as if holding its breath, waiting for the unknown to finally show its face. That much I know, that much I can hold on to when everything else slips away like water through my fingers. Block 2, The Sound That Doesn't Belong. There's this humming, always this humming now. It starts low somewhere behind my ribs, vibrating through my chest cavity like I've swallowed a tuning fork. But then I realize it's not coming from inside me at all. It's in the walls. No, that's not right either. It's in the space between the walls and the air, occupying some dimension I can't quite locate. The frequency makes my teeth ache, makes the fine hairs on my arms stand up like they're reaching for something. I press my palms against the plaster, feeling for the source, but the vibration seems to move away from my touch, always just beyond where I'm searching. Sometimes I think it's electrical, the refrigerator cycling on, maybe, or the heating system settling. But it happens in rooms with no appliances. It happens when the power's out. It happens when I'm standing in the middle of empty spaces with nothing but my own breathing for company. The sound has texture, metallic like copper wire being drawn through silk. It makes my mouth taste like pennies. Block 3, the weight of being watched. I wasn't alone that night, or was it afternoon? The light was wrong anyway, too bright for evening, too golden for morning. It slanted through the windows at an impossible angle, casting shadows that bent the wrong way. Something was in the corner of my vision, just past the edge of perception. You know that feeling when someone's staring at you from across a crowded room? That prickle between your shoulder blades, that certainty of being observed. It was like that, but magnified, concentrated, as if the attention itself had weight and was pressing down on me from above. I tried to turn my head, tried to catch whatever it was directly, but my neck felt stiff, uncooperative, like moving through thick honey. The harder I tried to look, the more the presence seemed to shift, staying always in my peripheral vision. My skin felt exposed, hypersensitive. Every tiny air current registered like a touch. The fabric of my shirt brushed against my arms, and I could feel each individual thread. Even my own heartbeat seemed too loud, too present, as if something was listening to it, measuring its rhythm. I might have been dreaming. I tell myself I was dreaming. But dreams don't leave you with that particular kind of exhaustion, that feeling of having been thoroughly examined while you weren't looking. Block 4, thoughts that aren't mine, asterisk. My mind keeps skipping, like a record with scratches, jumping from one track to another without warning. I'll be thinking about something ordinary, making a grocery list, or wondering if I remembered to lock the front door, and then suddenly there's this other thought threading through my consciousness. Not my voice, not my words. The syntax is all wrong, the vocabulary too precise, too clinical. Subject demonstrates expected neural plasticity under controlled conditions. Where did that come from? I don't talk like that. I don't think like that. But there it is, sitting in my head like it belongs there, like it's always been there. Sometimes the foreign thoughts come with images, flashes of machinery I don't recognize, banks of lights arranged in geometric patterns, readouts displaying numbers that mean nothing to me. I see my own face from an impossible angle, as if I'm looking down at myself from somewhere near the ceiling. The worst part is how natural it feels in the moment, how easily my brain accepts these intrusions, incorporates them into whatever I was thinking about before. It's only afterward, when I try to trace the logic of my own thoughts, that I realize something has been inserted, something that doesn't belong. I've started writing things down, trying to keep track of which thoughts are actually mine, but even my handwriting looks different sometimes. The letters more angular, the spacing too regular, like someone else is guiding my pen. Block 5, the event I can't quite see. The light was wrong, I keep coming back to that. The light was all wrong. It came from everywhere and nowhere, bright enough to wash out the edges of everything, but somehow not bright enough to see by. I was standing in my own living room, but the furniture looked like stage props, flat and unconvincing. The grandfather clock had stopped ticking. There were others there, I think there were others. Shapes moving just outside the sphere of that impossible illumination, purposeful and coordinated. I could hear them communicating, but not in words, in frequencies maybe, in harmonics that bypassed my ears entirely and went straight to the base of my skull. Something touched my arm, not a hand. The contact was too precise, too cold, like being touched by an instrument. I tried to pull away, but my body wasn't responding to my instructions anymore. I was a passenger in my own skin, watching from somewhere deep inside as things happened to me. The cabinet across the room was open. When had it opened? The keyhole that had been winking in the morning light was now a dark mouth, and something was being removed from inside. Something that belonged to me, though I couldn't remember putting it there. I wanted to speak, to ask what was happening, but my voice was gone, not just quiet, gone, as if the part of me that made words had been carefully disconnected, set aside for later. The humming grew louder, more insistent. It filled the space behind my eyes until there was no room for anything else. Block 6, what remains? My left wrist aches now. Not all the time, just when the weather changes or when I'm trying to fall asleep. There's no mark there, no bruise or scar, but the skin feels different, thinner somehow, more sensitive. I catch myself rubbing it without thinking, working my thumb in small circles over the spot where the pain lives. People notice. They ask if I've injured myself, if I need to see a doctor. I tell them it's nothing, just a little stiffness, but their eyes linger on my hand with a kind of puzzled concern. The worst part is the dreams, not nightmares exactly, but dreams where that spot on my wrist is the center of everything. Dreams where thin wires extend from beneath the skin, connecting me to devices I can't see. Dreams where I'm lying very still while those wires carry information back and forth, uploading and downloading data I don't understand. I wake up and the ache is always there, a dull throb that reminds me of something I'm supposed to forget. Sometimes I find myself staring at that patch of skin in the bathroom mirror, looking for signs of what was done to me. The flesh looks normal, unremarkable, but underneath I can feel something different, something that wasn't there before. A small change in the architecture of myself. I've started wearing long sleeves even when it's warm, not because there's anything to hide, but because covering the spot makes it easier to pretend nothing happened. Easier to go through the motions of normal life without that constant reminder pulsing against my bones. Block 7, the other version. But maybe it wasn't like that at all. Maybe I was lying down. Yes, I think I was lying down, looking up at the ceiling of my own bedroom. The morning light was coming through different windows, casting familiar patterns across familiar walls. Safe, ordinary. The presence wasn't threatening. It was curious, maybe even gentle. Like being examined by a doctor who cared about not causing unnecessary discomfort. The touch on my wrist was brief, professional, a small adjustment, a minor calibration. I wasn't afraid, I was fascinated. Finally, after all those strange sensations, all those fragments of wrongness, here was an explanation. Here was someone who understood what had been happening to me, who could help. The communication wasn't alien at all. It was simply advanced, more efficient than clumsy human speech. The information flowed directly from mind to mind, clean and precise. I learned things, important things, about the nature of consciousness, about the hidden connections between all living things, about my role in something much larger than myself. When it was over, I felt honored, chosen. The ache in my wrist wasn't a wound but a gift, a small modification that would allow me to perceive reality more clearly, to see the patterns that others missed. But which version is true? The more I think about it, the more the memories shift and blur, trading places like cards being shuffled. Maybe they're both true. Maybe truth itself is more flexible than I used to believe. The uncertainty is almost worse than the fear. Block 8 what I know now. I don't try to figure it out anymore. Some mornings I wake up and for just a moment everything feels normal. The humming is quiet, my wrist doesn't ache, and my thoughts move in straight lines from beginning to end. I make coffee and read the news and pretend that I'm the same person I was before that morning when the light came through the curtains all wrong. But then I'll catch sight of that cabinet across the room, and I'll notice that the keyhole isn't quite where it used to be. Or I'll hear a frequency buried in the static between radio stations that makes my teeth hurt. Or I'll find notes in my own handwriting that I don't remember making, describing things I've never seen. The truth is, I don't want to remember everything. Some knowledge is too heavy to carry around. Some experiences change the fundamental structure of who you are, and there's no going back to the person you were before. I've learned to live with the fragments, the broken pieces of memory that don't quite fit together, the sensations that don't have names, the certainty that something important happened that I'm not supposed to understand. The grandfather clock still ticks out of rhythm sometimes. The cabinet keyhole still catches the light in ways that seem almost intentional. And late at night, when the house is quiet, I can feel that presence again, patient and watchful, waiting for me to be ready for whatever comes next. I'm not ready, I may never be ready. But I'm no longer trying to convince myself that nothing happened. Something did happen, something that left me changed in ways I'm still discovering, and maybe that's enough. Maybe the knowing doesn't matter as much as the accepting. The humming has become a kind of comfort now, a reminder that there are mysteries in the world larger than my need to solve them, that some doors once opened can never be fully closed again. I touch my wrist and feel that small difference beneath the skin, that tiny alteration that connects me to something I can't name, and I think maybe that's okay. Maybe some stories don't need endings. Maybe some experiences are meant to live in the spaces between memory and dream, between what we know and what we're afraid to know. The morning sun still filters through the linen curtains. The lavender still lingers in the air, and I still wait, patient as the grandfather clock, for whatever revelation might come next. Some things are worth waiting for, even when you're not sure you want to understand them. Story 3. It wasn't the first time the window was left slightly open. Each morning I noticed the draft, cool air brushing past the curtains that never seemed to move. The clock on the mantel ticked slower before settling into its usual rhythm. I adjusted the vase on the side table. The water inside looked a tad cloudier than usual. The dust settled on the bookshelves untouched, as though waiting for something that never arrived. I brewed coffee, savoring the aroma, letting it fill the silence that lingered. When I left for the day, I left the window the way it was. After all, someone else would close it eventually. But there is no someone else. The coffee tastes metallic now, has been tasting metallic for weeks, maybe months. Time moves differently when you can't trust your own memory to hold the pieces together. I find myself standing in rooms without remembering walking into them. The bathroom mirror reflects someone who looks tired, but the eyes don't match the exhaustion. They're alert, waiting. The buzzing started 3 nights ago, or was it 3 weeks? It comes from behind the walls, a low electrical hum that makes my teeth ache. I press my ear to the plaster and feel vibrations that shouldn't be there. The sound stops when I listen too closely, like it knows I'm paying attention. There were lights behind the trees. I wake up with dirt under my fingernails. Clean dirt, the kind that doesn't come from gardening or walking through mud. It's fine, almost powdery, and it dissolves when I try to wash it away. The water runs clear, but I can still feel the grit between my fingers. My feet are clean, though, always clean, despite the dirt under my nails. The window is open again. The curtains hang perfectly still in the draft that touches my skin but moves nothing else. I approach it slowly, feeling the temperature drop with each step. The glass is warm to the touch, even though cold air flows through the gap. Outside, the trees look the same as yesterday, but their shadows fall in the wrong direction. I don't remember ever coming back. The refrigerator hums in a rhythm that doesn't match any appliance I've owned. 3 short pulses, a pause, then a longer tone that makes my spine tingle. I open it to find everything exactly as I left it, but the milk expires tomorrow and I bought it yesterday. The dates on everything are wrong, but not in a way that makes sense. Some items age backward. Standing in the kitchen, I taste ozone. Sharp and clean, like the air before a storm, but the sky outside is cloudless. The taste coats my tongue and won't wash away no matter how much water I drink. It's strongest near the window, weaker by the door, as if something outside is breathing into the house. The clock on the mantel stopped at 3:17. I wind it every morning and it runs perfectly until 3:17, then stops. The second hand quivers against the minute marker, trying to move forward but held in place by something I can't see. When I'm not looking directly at it, I hear it ticking. The moment I turn to watch, silence. There were lights behind the trees, and they pulsed in time with my heartbeat. My skin feels electric, not painful, just charged, like I've been rubbing against wool all day. It's worst on my arms and the back of my neck. Sometimes I catch myself reaching for light switches and doorknobs more carefully, expecting a shock that never comes. Instead, there's a gentle pull, as if the metal wants to hold on to me. I find myself drawn to the window at night. Not consciously, but I'll realize I'm standing there, looking out at the tree line, with no memory of getting up from the couch or walking across the room. The glass is always fogged, even on dry nights. When I wipe it clean, my handprint fades slowly, leaving traces that look like someone else's fingers. The noise didn't come from outside. Sleep comes in fragments. I'll close my eyes on the couch and open them in bed, fully dressed, with the taste of copper in my mouth. The sheets are never disturbed, as if I've been lying perfectly still for hours, but my muscles ache like I've been walking. My legs are tired in the morning, and my shoes by the door are clean but somehow different, positioned just slightly off from where I left them. The vase on the side table holds water that grows cloudier each day. I empty it and refill it with fresh water, but within hours it takes on that same milky quality. No sediment settles at the bottom. The cloudiness is uniform, suspended throughout, and when I hold it up to the light, it seems to move in slow currents that follow no pattern I can understand. I've started leaving notes for myself. Simple things: made coffee at 8 a.m., watched the news until 9, went to bed at 11, but I find notes I don't remember writing. The humming stopped for 17 minutes, counted 43 steps to the mailbox, should be 38. They're getting closer. My handwriting, but not my thoughts. There were lights behind the trees, and they pulsed in time with my heartbeat, and when I held my breath, they waited. The electrical outlets in the house feel warm, not hot enough to be dangerous, just warm, like they're working harder than they should. I've unplugged everything I can think of, but the warmth remains. It's strongest in the bedroom near the window. The wall itself radiates heat in a pattern I can trace with my palm. Rectangular shapes, evenly spaced, as if something is pressed against the other side. Dust no longer settles normally. It hovers in columns of air that don't move with the drafts from the window. I can walk through these columns and feel resistance like moving through thick water. The dust particles spin in place, catching light that comes from no visible source. They form patterns that almost look deliberate, then dissolve when I try to focus on them. The silence is the worst part, not the absence of sound, but the presence of silence. It has weight and texture. It presses against my eardrums and makes me aware of my own breathing, my own heartbeat. In the deepest part of this silence, I can hear something else breathing, slow and steady, just slightly out of sync with my own rhythm. I don't remember ever coming back, but I must have, because I'm here. The coffee maker turns itself on at 3:17 every morning. I wake to the sound of brewing, but I never set the timer. The coffee it makes is perfect, exactly how I like it, but it tastes of metal and leaves that sharp ozone flavor in my mouth. I drink it anyway because it's the only thing that feels normal, even though nothing about it is normal. My reflection in the bathroom mirror sometimes blinks a half second after I do. Not always, just often enough that I've started avoiding eye contact with myself. The person looking back appears tired, but those alert eyes are becoming more alert, more aware, as if something is learning to look through them. The trees outside my window have grown taller, not in the way trees normally grow, but all at once overnight. Their branches reach closer to the house, and their leaves rustle without wind. In the spaces between the trunks, darkness moves independently of the shadows. It flows like liquid, but maintains shapes that suggest purpose. There were lights behind the trees, and they pulsed in time with my heartbeat, and when I held my breath, they waited, and when I breathed again, they moved closer. Time stretches and contracts without warning. I'll sit down to eat breakfast and look up to find the sun setting, or I'll lie down for what feels like hours of sleep and discover only minutes have passed. The clock on the mantel is no help, frozen at 3:17, but I can feel time moving around me like a river with changing currents. The phone rings, but there's no phone. I hear it clearly, that old rotary sound, but I haven't owned a rotary phone in years. The ringing comes from inside the walls, moving from room to room. When I press my ear to the spot where the sound is strongest, I hear something like breathing on the other end of a connection that shouldn't exist. Objects in the house shift position when I'm not looking, not dramatically, just enough to notice. The lamp moves 3 inches to the left. Books rearrange themselves on the shelf. The vase with its cloudy water rotates slowly throughout the day, as if something is examining it from all angles. When I try to watch this happen, everything remains perfectly still. My skin has started to glow faintly in the dark. Not enough light to read by, just a subtle luminescence that makes my hands visible under the covers. It's strongest where I feel that electrical sensation along my arms and neck. The glow pulses gently, and I realize it matches the rhythm of that breathing I hear in the silence. The noise didn't come from outside, and it didn't come from inside either. I've begun to lose words, simple ones at first. I'll reach for them and find empty spaces where they should be. The word for the thing you eat with, the thing that holds soup. The word for the feeling when you can't remember something important. These gaps in my vocabulary expand daily, but new words appear to replace them. Words I don't recognize but somehow understand. Words that taste like metal and ozone when I think them. The window is always open now, even when I close it. The draft carries scents from places I've never been. Salt air from an ocean that's hundreds of miles away. Pine needles from forests that don't grow in this climate. Sometimes flowers I can't identify, sweet and cloying like the air in a greenhouse at night. Standing at the window, I can see my breath, even though the room is warm. The vapor rises in spirals that don't dissipate naturally. They form shapes in the air, geometric patterns that hold their form longer than physics should allow. When I breathe on the glass, the fog creates images I don't remember making, handprints that aren't quite the right size, faces that look almost familiar. There were lights behind the trees, and they pulsed in time with my heartbeat, and when I held my breath, they waited, and when I breathed again, they moved closer, and I wanted them to. The electrical humming has changed pitch. It's higher now, more urgent, and it follows me from room to room. When I hum along with it, the sound grows stronger, more complex, as if harmonizing with something that wants to be heard. The vibrations travel through my bones and make my teeth ache in a way that's almost pleasant. I find myself standing in the yard at night with no memory of going outside. The grass is wet with dew that doesn't come from the sky. It's warm and slightly viscous, and it glows faintly where my feet disturb it. The tree line seems closer than it should be, and the darkness between the trunks moves with purpose. I can feel eyes watching, but they don't feel hostile. They feel patient. The dirt under my fingernails has changed color. It's darker now, almost black, but when I hold it up to the light, it shimmers with colors that don't have names. It smells like rain and electricity and something else, something that makes me think of deep places and vast distances. I've stopped trying to wash it away. My dreams are someone else's memories. I see places I've never been, faces I've never met, but they feel more real than my own experiences. In these dreams, I'm walking through forests that exist in perpetual twilight, following lights that dance just beyond the trees. The ground beneath my feet hums with that same electrical frequency, and I know I'm going home. The clock on the mantel has started moving backward, not consistently, just a minute or two each day, as if time is slowly unwinding. I watch the second hand struggle against its natural direction, fighting to move forward but losing ground with each tick. The sound it makes is different now, more like breathing than mechanical movement. I don't remember ever coming back, but I must have, because I'm here, but maybe here isn't where I think it is. The house feels smaller, not physically but dimensionally, as if the space between the walls has compressed. I can walk from one end to the other in fewer steps than before, and the ceilings seem lower, though nothing has actually changed. The air itself has weight, pressing down gently but persistently, like being underwater without the wetness. The vase on the side table has become completely opaque. The water inside moves with its own currents, and sometimes I see shapes forming in the cloudiness. Faces, perhaps, or hands reaching toward the surface. When I tap the glass, the shapes disperse, but they always return, growing clearer each day. There were lights behind the trees, and they pulsed in time with my heartbeat, and when I held my breath, they waited, and when I breathed again, they moved closer, and I wanted them to, and now they're here. The window is no longer a barrier. I can feel the outside air moving through the room even when the glass is closed, carrying those impossible scents and that electric taste. The curtains hang motionless in drafts that touch everything else, and through the glass I can see that the trees have moved closer still. Their branches now touch the house, though I know they're planted 50 feet away. My reflection has stopped appearing in mirrors altogether. I can see everything else in the room, but where I should be, there's just empty space. The absence of my image is so complete that it creates its own presence, a person-shaped hole in reality that follows me from mirror to mirror. Sometimes that hole blinks when I do. The breathing in the silence has synchronized with my own. We inhale and exhale together, this presence and I, and the rhythm is so natural now that I don't notice it unless I concentrate. The sound comes from everywhere and nowhere, as if the house itself has learned to breathe, and we're all breathing together in perfect harmony. It wasn't the first time the window was left slightly open. Each morning I notice the draft, cool air that carries the scent of distant places and the taste of home. The clock on the mantel ticks in reverse, counting down to something I can't quite remember but know is coming. I adjust the vase on the side table. The water inside has become a window to somewhere else. The dust settles in patterns that spell words in languages I'm beginning to understand. When I leave for the day, I don't remember where I go. When I return, I don't remember coming back. But I'm always here, and the window is always open, and someone else will close it eventually. After all, someone else is already here. Story 4. A draft brushed past me, though the windows were shut tight. The clock ticked, but the pendulum swayed in reverse, each swing slower than the last. The corner of my eye caught a flicker, a shadow that stretched longer than its source. I followed a familiar path through the room, yet the rug seemed misaligned, a fraction off from yesterday. The floor creaked underfoot, echoing a step that hadn't been taken. In the mirror, my reflection blinked first. I wake every morning with the taste of copper on my tongue. Not blood, something else, something that makes my teeth ache when I swallow. The bathroom faucet drips in patterns that don't match the rhythm of water falling. 3 quick drops, then silence that stretches too long, then a single drop that sounds heavier than the others. My hands shake when I brush my teeth. The bristles feel different against my gums, rougher, like they're scraping away more than plaque. In the mirror, my face looks the same, but there's something behind my eyes that wasn't there before. Something watching me from inside my own skull. The coffee maker hums a frequency that makes my fillings vibrate. I stand in the kitchen, waiting for the brew to finish, and the sunlight streaming through the window feels too warm on the left side of my face. Only the left side. The right remains cold, as if half of me exists in a different season. There were lights behind the trees. I remember driving somewhere, but I can't recall the destination. The road stretched ahead, familiar yet wrong, like a photograph printed in reverse. The radio played static between stations, and in that white noise, I heard something that sounded almost like my name being called from very far away. The steering wheel felt sticky under my palms, though I hadn't eaten anything. My rearview mirror reflected a sky that seemed too deep, too blue, as if I were looking up from the bottom of a swimming pool. The car behind me maintained the exact same distance for miles, its headlights flickering in a pattern that made my eyes water. I pulled over at some point. The engine ticked as it cooled, but the sound came from above the car instead of beneath the hood. Gravel crunched under my feet as I stepped out, each footfall echoing twice. The second echo always came from the wrong direction. The air smelled of ozone and something else, something sharp that made my sinuses burn. I touched the car door to steady myself, and the metal felt warm despite the cool evening. Warmer than it should have been, as if something had been pressing against it from the inside. I don't remember ever coming back. But I must have, because I'm here now, sitting in my kitchen with cold coffee in hands that won't stop trembling. The clock on the wall shows the right time, but the minute hand moves and stutters, jumping forward in increments that don't match the passing seconds. My neighbor's dog barks at nothing. It stands in their yard facing my house, but its bark sounds muffled, as if it's barking underwater. When I look directly at it, the dog appears normal. When I look away, I can see in my peripheral vision that it's standing on its hind legs. The phone rings, but when I answer, there's only the sound of my own breathing played back to me with a slight delay. I hang up and it rings again immediately. This time, silence so complete it makes my ears ring. The third time I don't answer. It rings 47 times before stopping. I count because counting keeps me grounded. Numbers don't lie or shift or blink first. The noise didn't come from outside. Sleep comes in fragments now. I close my eyes and immediately I'm somewhere else, standing in a room I don't recognize, but that feels like home. The walls breathe in slow, steady rhythms. The floor tilts at angles that shouldn't be possible, yet I walk across it without losing balance. In this place there are doors that open onto more doors. Behind each one, a version of myself is doing something I don't remember doing. One is washing dishes that are already clean. Another is reading a book written in a language that shifts between familiar and alien with each blink. A third stands perfectly still, staring at a wall where shadows move independently of any light source. I try to speak to them, these other versions, but my voice comes out as that same electrical hum I hear in the coffee maker. They turn to look at me, and their faces are my face, but their eyes hold knowledge I don't possess, knowledge I'm not sure I want to possess. When I wake, my sheets are soaked with sweat that smells like metal filings. The pillowcase bears the imprint of my head, but the indentation is too deep, as if I'd been lying there for days instead of hours. My alarm clock shows numbers that don't correspond to any time system I understand. The shower water runs cold, then scalding, then cold again in cycles that match the rhythm of my heartbeat. I stand under the spray and watch the drain, where the water swirls in the wrong direction. Not wrong for this hemisphere, wrong for this reality. My reflection in the bathroom mirror moves a fraction of a second before I do. When I raise my right hand, the reflection raises its right hand just slightly ahead of my movement. When I lean forward to examine this phenomenon more closely, the reflection leans back. There were lights behind the trees, and they pulsed in time with my breathing. The memory surfaces without warning while I'm buttering toast. My hand freezes halfway to the bread, and suddenly I'm standing on that roadside again. But this time I remember more. The lights weren't stationary. They moved between the tree trunks in patterns too deliberate to be natural, too organic to be mechanical. I walked toward them, though I don't remember making the decision to leave the car. My feet moved without my permission, carrying me across the asphalt, over the guardrail, through the tall grass that whispered against my legs. Each blade felt sharp enough to cut, but when I looked down, my pants showed no tears. The closer I got to the trees, the more the world around me began to slow. My footsteps stretched into long, hollow echoes. The wind stopped moving the leaves, but the leaves continued to rustle. My watch ticked once, twice, then the second hand froze between numbers. Behind the trees, something waited. I can't see what it was even now in this recovered fragment of memory, not because it was dark, but because my mind refuses to process the information, like staring directly at the sun, but for consciousness instead of vision. Every time I try to focus on what waited there, my thoughts slide away like water off glass. But I remember the feeling of being seen, not just observed, but analyzed, catalogued, understood in ways I didn't understand myself. Something looked at me and knew things about me I'd forgotten, things I'd never known in the first place. The taste of copper floods my mouth again, stronger now. I spit into the kitchen sink, and what comes out isn't saliva. It's too thick, too dark. It moves against gravity, flowing upward along the sides of the basin before disappearing down the drain. My hands won't stop shaking. I try to call in sick to work, but when I dial the number, I reach my own voicemail. My recorded voice tells me I'm not available and to leave a message. I hang up and try again. Same result. The third time, my recorded voice says something different. I know you're there. Stop calling. But it's my voice, my inflection, my words, though I never recorded that message. I don't go to work. I sit in my living room and watch the shadows move across the wall. They follow the path of the sun, but they move too quickly, as if time is accelerating around me while I remain stationary. The shadow of the lamp stretches and contracts like it's breathing. The mailman arrives at the usual time, but he doesn't come to my door. He stands at the end of my driveway, staring at my house. When I look out the window, he waves. When I wave back, he turns and walks away without delivering any mail. His truck remains parked at the curb, engine running. An hour later, he's still there, still waving when I look, still walking away when I respond. The same sequence, repeated endlessly, like a broken record playing the same groove. I don't remember ever coming back, but I never left. The realization hits me while I'm staring at the mailman's impossible loop. I'm still there, standing behind those trees, being seen by something that exists outside normal perception. This house, this kitchen, this shaking hands holding cold coffee, it's all happening in the space between seconds, in the pause between one heartbeat and the next. I'm experiencing the stretched moment, the frozen watch hand, the eternal instant of contact with something that shouldn't exist but does. Everything else, the days, the nights, the sleep, and waking, it's all occurring within that single, extended moment of being truly seen. The coffee cup slips from my hands, but it doesn't fall. It hangs in the air, tilted at an angle that should send liquid splashing across the floor. Instead, the coffee hovers, a dark stream frozen mid-spill, defying every law I thought governed reality. I reach out to touch it, and my finger passes through both cup and coffee as if they're made of light. But I feel the warmth, the ceramic texture, the liquid's viscosity. My senses report contradictory information, and my brain struggles to process the impossible. The noise didn't come from outside because there is no outside. There's only this moment, this eternal second of contact, stretched and twisted into the illusion of linear time. The humming I hear isn't electrical. It's the sound of my own consciousness being examined, catalogued, understood by something vast and patient and utterly alien. My reflection in the coffee's suspended surface shows not my face, but the face of that other self from my dreams. The one who knows things I don't, the one who has accepted what I'm still fighting to understand. Behind the trees, something is still waiting, has always been waiting, will always be waiting. Because I never left that roadside, I never walked back to my car, I never drove home. I'm still there, standing at the edge of understanding, while something incomprehensible takes its time, deciding what to do with the knowledge it's gathering from the deepest parts of my mind. The draft brushes past me again, though the windows remain shut tight. The clock ticks, but the pendulum sways in reverse, each swing slower than the last. In the corner of my eye, a flicker, a shadow that stretches longer than its source. And in the mirror, my reflection blinks first, because it remembers what I'm still trying to forget. Story 5. My eyes fixed on the corner of the room where light should have been absorbed, not reflected. Dust hung motionless, suspended in an unseen current. The faint creak of wood under strain, something settling, something waiting, kept my breath shallow. Shadows swayed without a source, elongating as if to whisper secrets to the walls. The air carried a weight, an expectation, yet the room held its silence like a vow. I remained still, caught in this peculiar dance of nothingness, until my gaze settled on a shimmer that shouldn't have danced beneath the rug. It was gone as soon as it appeared, leaving a void in its absence. I tell myself it's been 3 weeks now. 3 weeks since I returned from that place, though the word returned feels inadequate. Part of me never left. Part of me is still standing in that clearing, watching something that my mind refuses to fully process. Sleep doesn't come anymore. When I close my eyes, the darkness behind my eyelids pulses with that same rhythm I felt in the ground that night. The humming starts around the same hour every evening, low, almost subsonic, vibrating through the floorboards of my apartment. My neighbors don't hear it. I've asked. They look at me with that particular expression people reserve for those who have crossed an invisible line. The electronics have developed their own language. My radio turns on by itself, cycling through static until it finds that frequency, the one that sounds like breathing underwater. My phone's screen flickers with messages that aren't there when I look directly at it. The refrigerator hums in harmonics that make my teeth ache. I've started keeping a journal documenting the disturbances. The pattern is becoming clearer. They're not random, they're responsive. When I write about what happened, the humming grows louder. When I try to forget, the lights begin their dance, soft pulses that seem to emanate from within the walls themselves. My doctor prescribed sleeping pills. They don't work. How do you medicate away the feeling that you're being observed through dimensions you can't perceive? The sensation crawls across my skin like static electricity, raising hair on my arms, making my scalp tingle with awareness of something just beyond the periphery of human sensation. The dreams, when they come, aren't dreams at all. They're memories playing in reverse, unfolding backward like film running in the wrong direction. I see myself walking away from that campsite, my footsteps erasing themselves from the soft earth. I see the morning light growing dimmer, the sun retreating across the sky until darkness reclaims the forest. But it's in that darkness where the real memory lives, the one that makes my hands shake when I try to write about it. I was standing at the edge of the clearing, my neck craned upward at an angle that should have caused pain. But there was no pain, only a profound stillness that seemed to emanate from my very bones. Above me, suspended in the air with the casual defiance of natural law, hung something that my mind still struggles to categorize. It wasn't a craft in any conventional sense. It was more like a presence that had chosen to manifest in physical space. The surface, if it could be called a surface, rippled with patterns that hurt to look at directly, geometric shapes that folded in on themselves, creating optical illusions that made my eyes water and my vision blur. There was no sound from it, yet I could feel its presence in my chest, a pressure that matched the rhythm of my heartbeat. The air around it shimmered with heat distortion, though the night was cool. Occasionally, lights would pulse beneath what I assumed was its hull, soft, organic illuminations that reminded me of bioluminescent creatures in deep ocean trenches. I don't know how long I stood there. Time seemed negotiable in its presence. Minutes could have been hours. Hours could have been seconds. My watch had stopped, its hands frozen at an impossible angle that defied the mechanism's design. The most disturbing part wasn't what I saw, but what I felt. A sense of recognition, as if this moment had been predetermined, as if I had been expected. The thing above me pulsed once, a brighter illumination that cast my shadow in multiple directions, and in that moment I understood with crystalline clarity that I was being evaluated. Then nothing, a gap in my memory like a page torn from a book. The next thing I remember is finding myself back at my tent, fumbling with the zipper with hands that trembled uncontrollably. The metallic taste in my mouth was so strong it made me gag. My clothes were damp with dew, though I couldn't remember lying on the ground. But before that encounter, before that moment of impossible contact, there had been signs. Signs I should have recognized, should have heeded. The campsite had been quiet for hours before it happened. Not the natural quiet of a forest at rest, but an artificial silence, as if all the nocturnal creatures had received some primal warning to flee. Even the insects had stopped their chirping. The fire I had built earlier was burning strangely, the flames reaching higher than they should have, dancing in patterns that defied the still air. My camping lantern began to flicker intermittently, though I had installed fresh batteries that morning. The LED light would dim to almost nothing, then surge bright enough to hurt my eyes, casting harsh shadows that seemed to move independently of their sources. The temperature had begun to fluctuate in ways that made no meteorological sense. Pockets of warm air would drift through the clearing, carrying with them a scent I couldn't identify, something metallic and organic at the same time, like copper mixed with the smell of rain on hot asphalt. I had attributed these anomalies to natural causes, a storm system moving in perhaps, or some quirk of the local geography affecting air currents. But now, looking back, I understand they were announcements, preparations. The environment itself was being altered to accommodate something that didn't belong to our reality. The humming had started then, so low I felt it more than heard it. It seemed to come from the ground itself, a vibration that traveled up through my boots and into my bones. I found myself swaying slightly, as if the earth beneath me had developed its own subtle rhythm. The sensation was almost hypnotic, and I caught myself losing track of my thoughts, staring into the fire with an empty mind. My compass began to spin lazily, the needle unable to find magnetic north. The GPS device I carried for emergencies showed my location as coordinates that couldn't exist, numbers that placed me simultaneously in multiple locations, or perhaps in no location at all. But even before these obvious disturbances, there had been something else, something so subtle I almost missed it entirely. Earlier that evening, as I was setting up camp, I had felt a peculiar sensation in my stomach. Not nausea exactly, but a hollow feeling, as if gravity had momentarily lessened its hold on my internal organs. The feeling came in waves, each one accompanied by a barely perceptible shift in air pressure that made my ears pop. I had paused in driving a tent stake into the ground, hammer raised, as the sensation washed over me. For just a moment, the weight of the tool in my hand seemed to fluctuate, becoming lighter, then heavier, as if the fundamental constants of physics were being gently adjusted. The trees around the clearing had begun to exhibit a strange behavior. Their leaves rustled without wind, creating a soft susurrus that sounded almost like whispered conversation. Occasionally, I would catch movement in my peripheral vision, branches swaying in patterns that didn't match the movement of their neighbors, as if individual trees were responding to stimuli I couldn't detect. The quality of light itself had begun to change. The golden hour stretched longer than it should have, the sun hanging at an angle that defied the time displayed on my watch. Shadows fell in directions that suggested multiple light sources, though the sky showed only our familiar star beginning its descent toward the horizon. I remember kneeling to examine the ground where I planned to place my tent. The soil felt different under my fingers, not just the texture, but something more fundamental. It was as if the earth itself had become more receptive, more alive. When I pressed my palm flat against it, I could swear I felt a pulse, slow and deep, like the heartbeat of some massive creature sleeping far below. The air had carried strange scents that evening. Ozone, as if lightning had recently struck nearby, though no storms were forecast. Underneath that, something that reminded me of hot metal cooling in water, sharp and clean, but somehow alien to the forest environment. But before all of this, before any sign of the extraordinary had manifested, there had been peace. I had arrived at the campsite in the late afternoon, when the sun still painted everything in warm, honey-colored light. The clearing was perfect, a natural circle in the forest, carpeted with soft grass and surrounded by tall pines that swayed gently in a breeze that carried the clean scent of mountain air. Birds called to each other from the canopy above. Squirrels chattered as they prepared for evening. A small stream gurgled nearby, its water clear and cold, perfect for filling my water bottles. Everything was exactly as it should be in a world that followed predictable rules. I had chosen this spot for its isolation, its distance from hiking trails and campgrounds. I wanted silence, solitude, a chance to disconnect from the electronic noise of modern life. The irony of that desire isn't lost on me now. The afternoon had been spent in simple, meditative tasks, gathering firewood from deadfall branches, clearing a circle of stones for my fire pit, setting up my tent with practiced efficiency. These mundane activities had grounded me in the physical world, in the comfortable reality of cause and effect, effort and result. As evening approached, I had felt a deep satisfaction in my temporary home. The fire crackled cheerfully. My simple dinner of trail food tasted better than any restaurant meal. The first stars were beginning to appear in a sky that promised clear weather. I had no way of knowing that I was being watched even then. No indication that my peaceful evening was actually the opening movement of an encounter that would fundamentally alter my understanding of what was possible in this universe. The clearing had chosen me as much as I had chosen it. The isolation I sought had made me an ideal subject for observation. In seeking to escape the complexity of human civilization, I had made myself available to something far more complex than I could have imagined. And now, weeks later, sitting in my apartment with its familiar walls and predictable shadows, I understand that the encounter isn't over. It was never meant to end that night in the forest. It was only meant to begin. The humming is starting again, rising from somewhere deep in the building's structure. My phone screen flickers with phantom messages. In the corner where light behaves strangely, something shimmers just beyond the edge of perception. They're still watching, still evaluating, still deciding what comes next in this relationship I never asked for but can no longer escape. Story 6. It was a quiet evening when the door creaked open again. The soft echo of footsteps was barely noticeable beneath the usual hum of household noises. I noticed the footprints on the carpet, a bit more defined than they should be, but I didn't think much of it. The window was slightly ajar, letting in the crisp night air, the curtains fluttering lazily. The routine was comforting, predictable, even when the lights flickered unpredictably. The kitchen clock ticked, synchronized with my heartbeat, perhaps a little too fast. I rearranged the pillows, leaving the door unlocked. It seemed easier that way. There's this sound I keep remembering, a low hum like electricity running through copper pipes buried deep in the walls. It starts soft, barely noticeable, then grows until it fills every corner of my skull. The taste of metal coats my tongue when I think about it. Sometimes I catch myself pressing my ear against the refrigerator, trying to find where that sound comes from, but it's never there when I'm looking for it, only when I'm not paying attention. The fluorescent light above the sink flickers in rhythm with it. 3 short pulses, then darkness for exactly 2 heartbeats. I've counted. The smell of ozone lingers afterward, sharp and clean, like the air before a storm that never arrives. I wasn't alone that night. I know this with the same certainty I know my own name, even though I can't remember seeing anyone. The feeling sits heavy in my chest, a weight that presses against my ribs. The couch cushions held impressions that weren't mine. 2 distinct depressions, side by side, still warm to the touch. The television was on, but the screen showed only static. white noise that seemed to whisper if I listened too carefully. My peripheral vision caught movement, shadows that shouldn't exist in a room lit by that harsh, stuttering light. When I turned my head, nothing, just the empty space where someone had been sitting moments before. The air tasted different there, thicker, like breathing through wet cloth. My thoughts don't feel right anymore. They come in fragments, puzzle pieces that don't quite fit together. I'll be making coffee and suddenly I'm thinking about the texture of concrete rough against my palms. I've never touched concrete with my bare hands, not that I remember. But the memory feels real, more real than the ceramic mug I'm holding. My reflection in the bathroom mirror sometimes takes a second too long to mimic my movements. I raise my hand and there's this delay, this hesitation, like my reflection is checking with someone else first. The words I speak sound foreign in my own ears. The cadence is wrong, the emphasis falls on syllables that should be unstressed. I practice saying my own name, but it never sounds quite right. The lights came first, not the regular house lights, but something else entirely. They poured through the windows like liquid mercury, casting everything in silver relief. The shadows they created moved independently, reaching toward me with fingers that stretched impossibly long across the walls. I remember the silence most clearly. Not just quiet, but the complete absence of sound, as if someone had pressed a cosmic mute button. Even my heartbeat disappeared. The air itself seemed to hold its breath. Objects in the room appeared to shift when I wasn't looking directly at them. The coffee table moved 3 inches to the left. The bookshelf tilted at an angle that defied physics. My hands trembled but made no sound when they knocked against the wooden armrest. The temperature dropped so quickly that my breath became visible, small white puffs that dissipated too slowly, hanging in the air like question marks. Something changed in my daily routine after that, small things that accumulate like dust in corners. I find myself checking locks I don't remember locking. The front door, the windows, the cabinet under the sink. My fingers trace the metal mechanisms obsessively, feeling for some imperceptible difference. Food tastes flat, as if someone removed a frequency of flavor I didn't know existed. Colors seem muted, like looking at the world through tinted glass. The mailman delivers letters addressed to me, but the handwriting on the envelopes looks like my own. I don't remember writing them. Inside, the pages are blank except for a single period in the center of each sheet. Perfect circles of black ink that seem to absorb light rather than reflect it. I keep them in a drawer that I check compulsively, counting them like rosary beads. But sometimes I remember it differently. The lights weren't silver but golden, warm like honey dripping from a broken jar. They didn't pour through the windows but seeped up from the floorboards, creating pools of luminescence that my feet avoided instinctively. The silence wasn't complete. There was music, barely audible, like a radio playing in a distant room. A melody I almost recognized but couldn't quite place. The objects didn't move, they multiplied. 2 coffee tables where there had been 1. 3 bookshelves instead of 2, mirror images that cast their own shadows. My hands didn't tremble, they moved without my permission, reaching for things that weren't there, grasping at air that felt solid under my fingers. The temperature didn't drop, it fluctuated wildly. Hot then cold then hot again, as if the house couldn't decide what season it wanted to be. I've stopped trying to understand what happened that night. Understanding requires a linear progression of cause and effect, and my memories refuse to cooperate with logic. They exist as isolated islands of sensation, connected by bridges I can't see. Sometimes I catch myself leaving the door unlocked again, rearranging the pillows in a pattern that feels significant but meaningless. The footprints on the carpet have faded, but I still see their outline in the right light. The clock in the kitchen runs 3 minutes slow now, no matter how often I reset it. I've learned to live with the gaps in my memory, the spaces where time seems to have been carefully edited out. The humming in the walls has become a lullaby. The metallic taste in my mouth is as familiar as morning coffee. I don't look for explanations anymore. I just make sure the door stays unlocked, because whatever visited me that night might need to come back. And I want to be ready, even if I can't remember why. Story 7. It wasn't unusual for the light in the hallway to flicker twice before settling into its usual hum. The bulbs were old, and I'd always thought we should replace them, but no one seemed to mind. Papers lay scattered on the table, the edges curled from the days they went untouched. I glanced at the clock, its ticking felt slower today. A draft slipped through the gap beneath the door, carrying a chill that didn't quite belong to the season. I adjusted the blinds, noting a smudge on the glass that hadn't been there yesterday. The room felt still, as if waiting for something to happen. I didn't open the window. We preferred it closed. To whoever finds this, if anyone ever does, I need you to understand something. I've been carrying this weight for months now, maybe longer. Time doesn't feel the same anymore. The edges blur. I keep meaning to tell anyone, but the words stick in my throat like wet paper. So I'm writing instead. Writing to you, to myself, to the empty space between what happened and what I remember. I should explain why I'm leaving this behind. Why I'm finally letting these thoughts spill out onto paper instead of letting them eat away at my insides. But explanations feel impossible when you're not even sure what needs explaining. There's this feeling like standing at the edge of something vast and dark, knowing you've already fallen, but your body hasn't figured it out yet. The thing is, I can't sleep in that room anymore. Haven't been able to for weeks. Every time I close my eyes, I see that smudge on the glass. It wasn't round or streaky like a fingerprint. It was deliberate, shaped like something had pressed against the window from the outside, but we're on the 3rd floor. No fire escape, no ledge, just empty air and a 20-foot drop to concrete. You have to understand, I'm not the type to imagine things. I've always been practical. Logical, the kind of person who checks the locks twice and keeps receipts organized by date. But that night, that first night when everything started to shift, I heard the ticking stop. A complete silence. Not just the clock, everything. The hum of the refrigerator, the distant traffic, even my own breathing seemed to pause. And in that silence, something moved in the hallway, not footsteps exactly. More like the sound of fabric brushing against walls, or maybe wings folding. I should have gotten up to look, part of me wanted to, but my body felt heavy, pinned to the mattress by an invisible weight. My eyes were open, I'm certain of that, but I couldn't turn my head toward the door, couldn't even blink. Just lay there listening to that soft, rhythmic brushing sound growing closer. The temperature dropped. I could see my breath forming small clouds in the darkness, and the sheets felt damp against my skin. Cold sweat, I told myself later, just cold sweat from a bad dream, but the dampness wasn't coming from me. It was coming from above, like condensation dripping from the ceiling. When I finally managed to move, to reach up and touch my face, my fingers came away wet. But there were no stains on the pillow in the morning. No water damage on the ceiling, just that persistent chill that seemed to follow me from room to room, and the growing certainty that something fundamental had changed. The mirror in the bathroom started reflecting wrong. Not dramatically, I still looked like myself mostly, but my eyes seemed darker somehow, deeper. And there was always this shadow just at the edge of the frame, like someone standing behind me. When I'd turn around, nothing. When I'd look back at the mirror, the shadow would be gone for a moment before slowly creeping back into view. I stopped looking directly at reflective surfaces after that. Store windows, car mirrors, even the black screen of my phone when it powered down. They all showed me that same shadow, that same wrongness lurking just outside my peripheral vision. People started noticing too, though they couldn't put their finger on what was different. Conversations would trail off when I approached. Cashiers would hand me my change without making eye contact. their fingers careful not to touch mine. Children would stare from behind their parents' legs, their faces scrunched up like they were trying to solve a puzzle. My own reflection wasn't the only thing that changed. The apartment felt different. Rooms seemed smaller during the day and impossibly vast at night. Doorways I'd walked through thousands of times suddenly felt narrow, like they were closing in around me. The walls themselves seemed to pulse with a subtle rhythm, almost like breathing. That draft under the door never stopped. Even when I stuffed towels against the gap, even when I checked every window and found them all sealed tight, that cold air kept creeping in. It carried scents that didn't belong, ozone and copper, like the air before a thunderstorm mixed with something metallic and sharp. I started leaving lights on, all of them. The electric bill didn't matter anymore. Nothing mattered except keeping the darkness at bay. But even with every bulb blazing, shadows seemed to pool in corners where they shouldn't exist. They moved independently of any light source, stretching and contracting like living things. The really disturbing part wasn't what I saw, it was what I felt. This constant sensation of being observed, studied, catalogued. Even in bright daylight, even surrounded by people, I could feel eyes on me. Not human eyes, something patient and alien and impossibly old. Sleep became impossible, not just because of the fear, but because of the dreams that weren't quite dreams. I'd close my eyes and find myself standing in that same hallway, watching the light flicker twice before settling into its hum. But the papers on the table would be different. The clock would show impossible times, hours that didn't exist, numbers that hurt to look at directly. And I'd know with absolute certainty that I was being shown something, some truth that my waking mind couldn't process. The smudge on the window would pulse like a heartbeat, and I'd understand that it wasn't a mark at all. It was a doorway, or maybe a wound. I'd wake up, if waking is the right word, with the taste of copper in my mouth and the feeling that something had been taken from me. Not memories exactly, but pieces of myself. Little fragments of who I used to be, scraped away like rust from metal. The worst part is the doubt, because maybe none of this happened. Maybe I'm just losing my mind in the most mundane way possible. Maybe the stress finally got to me and my brain decided to manufacture mysteries instead of dealing with reality. But then I'll catch a glimpse of that shadow in a store window or feel that impossible draft, and I know that something is terribly wrong. I've tried leaving, packed a bag and made it as far as the stairwell before the vertigo hit. The steps seemed to stretch downward forever, and the air grew thick and hard to breathe. By the time I stumbled back to the apartment, my hands were shaking so badly I could barely turn the key. It doesn't want me to leave, or maybe I don't want to leave it. The distinction feels less important every day. My skin feels different now, thinner somehow, like tissue paper stretched too tight. Sometimes I catch myself scratching without realizing it, leaving long red marks that fade too quickly. And my dreams, when I manage to dream at all, are filled with the sensation of something trying to push through from underneath, something that wants out. The phone stopped ringing last week. Not broken, I can still make calls, still hear the dial tone, but no one calls me anymore. It's like I've been erased from some essential list, deleted from the contacts of everyone I've ever known. When I tried calling my sister, she answered with confusion in her voice, asking who this was and how I'd gotten her number. I told her it was me, but she just kept saying she didn't know anyone by that name. Her voice was kind but distant, the way you talk to a stranger who'd clearly dialed the wrong number. When I insisted, when I mentioned specific memories we shared, the line went quiet for a long time. Then she hung up. Maybe that's what's happening. Maybe I'm being erased, one connection at a time. First from mirrors, then from conversations, now from the memories of people who used to love me. Soon there'll be nothing left but this apartment, this draft, this endless waiting for something that might have already happened. The papers on the table have started moving on their own, just slightly, like someone's shuffling through them with invisible fingers. The edges curl and uncurl in patterns that almost look like writing, almost look like words in a language I don't recognize but somehow understand. They're trying to tell me something, or maybe they're trying to tell you something, whoever you are, whoever finds this letter after I'm gone, because I am going in one way or another. I can feel it in the way colors seem muted now, in the way sounds reach me as if from a great distance. The light in the hallway flickers more often now. Sometimes it doesn't settle into its hum at all, just keeps flickering in that same rhythm, twice then pause, like a heartbeat or a signal. I've started timing it, but my watch shows different numbers each time I look. Time itself seems negotiable here, subject to revision. I wonder if you'll be able to see the smudge on the window when you come to clear out my things. I wonder if you'll feel that draft under the door, or if it only exists for me now. Part of me hopes you won't. Part of me hopes this will all disappear when I do, that whatever opened here will close itself and leave the world unmarked. But part of me knows it doesn't work that way. Some doors once opened can never be fully shut. Some marks once made become permanent features of the landscape, and some shadows learn to exist independently of the things that cast them. If you do feel it, the cold, the watching, the sense that reality has developed a crack you could slip through if you're not careful, then I'm sorry. I'm so very sorry. I never meant for this to spread beyond me. I thought I could contain it, could carry it alone until it burned itself out or found what it was looking for. But it's hungry, whatever it is, and I don't think I was ever meant to be its final destination, just a way station. A rest stop on a journey to somewhere else, somewhere deeper. The clock has stopped ticking altogether now. The papers have gone still. Even the draft seems to be holding its breath. Everything is waiting, and I think I finally understand what for. It's time to open the window. Story 8. The first light of dawn trickled through the aged curtains, tinting the room in soft amber hues. A faint aroma of lavender lingered in the air, mingling with the scent of freshly brewed tea. The mirror above the fireplace held a single smudge, an imperfection in its otherwise pristine surface. Everything seemed serene, but the imprinted outline in the dust on the mantelpiece suggested otherwise an object removed, leaving only an echo of its presence. As the early morning hush deepened, a lingering chill crept along the baseboards, hinting at a truth not meant to be disturbed. I'm telling you this because I need someone to understand. The doctors say it's stress, maybe sleep deprivation. My family thinks I'm having some kind of breakdown, but I know what I experienced. I know what's still happening to me. Right now, as I speak these words, my hands won't stop trembling. Not from fear exactly, but from something deeper, something that lives in my bones now. The electronic hum that follows me everywhere has become my constant companion. It's there when I wake up, threading through the silence like a needle through fabric. It's there when I brush my teeth, when I make coffee, when I try to pretend everything is normal. My television turns itself on every night at the same time. The screen flickers to static, and through that white noise I can almost make out shapes, patterns. The volume dial spins on its own, cycling through frequencies that shouldn't exist on a regular set. I've unplugged it 17 times. It still happens. The sleep doesn't come anymore. When I close my eyes, I see that pale luminescence bleeding through my eyelids. My bedroom walls pulse with it, a gentle breathing rhythm that makes the wallpaper seem alive. The temperature drops exactly 3 degrees every time it happens. I've measured it. I've documented everything, but the measurements don't matter to anyone else. There's a spot on my ceiling directly above my bed where the paint has started to peel in a perfect circle. The plaster underneath looks different somehow, more porous, like it's been changed at a molecular level. Sometimes I catch myself staring at it for hours, and when I finally look away, my neck aches and the sun has moved across the sky in ways that don't match the time on my clock. People avoid me now. They don't say it directly, but I can see it in their eyes. The way conversations stop when I enter a room. The way they glance at each other when they think I'm not looking. They think I'm losing my mind, but they're wrong. I'm finding it, piece by piece. I'm remembering what they made me forget. The headache started 3 weeks after I came back from the lake. Sharp, precise pains that felt like someone was adjusting something inside my skull. They came with flashes of memory so vivid they left me gasping. I would see fragments, a hand that wasn't quite human, the interior of a space that defied geometry, the feeling of floating while completely conscious. My reflection looks different now, not dramatically, not in ways others would notice, but I see the changes. My eyes have developed tiny flecks of silver that weren't there before. They catch light strangely, reflecting things that aren't in the room. Sometimes when I stare long enough, I can see through them as if they've become windows to somewhere else. The really disturbing part is how calm I feel about all of this. There should be panic, screaming, desperate attempts to convince people I'm not insane. Instead, there's this strange acceptance, like part of me always knew this would happen, like part of me was waiting for it. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me go back to what I can actually remember clearly. I was standing at the edge of the water, and that's when I saw it fully. The craft hung about 50 feet above the lake's surface, completely silent. It wasn't metallic exactly, more like it was made of condensed light that had learned to hold a shape. The water beneath it didn't ripple, the air around it didn't move. It was as if reality had carved out a pocket of space just for this thing to exist. I couldn't look away, couldn't move, couldn't even blink. My body had become a statue, but my mind remained perfectly alert, cataloging every impossible detail. The surface of the craft seemed to shift between textures, sometimes smooth as glass, sometimes covered in patterns that hurt to focus on. There were no visible seams, no obvious propulsion system, no windows or doors that I could identify. The silence was the most unnatural part, not just the absence of sound from the craft itself, but the way it seemed to absorb all other noise. The usual lake sounds, the gentle lapping of water, the distant hum of insects, even my own breathing, all of it faded to nothing. I existed in a bubble of perfect quiet that felt more like being underwater than standing on solid ground. Then something changed in the air pressure. My ears popped and I tasted copper on my tongue. The craft began to pulse with a rhythm that matched my heartbeat, as if it was reading my vital signs from a distance. Each pulse sent waves of that strange luminescence across its surface, and with each wave I felt something respond inside my chest. I don't know how long I stood there. Time became elastic, stretching and contracting in ways that made no sense. The moon hadn't moved, but I felt like I'd been watching for hours. My legs should have been tired, my eyes should have been dry from not blinking, but I felt nothing except this overwhelming sense of recognition. That's the part that disturbs me most, even now. It wasn't fear I felt looking at that impossible thing. It was familiarity. Like seeing an old friend after years apart, like coming home to a place I'd never been but somehow remembered. The craft began to move then, not through the air but through space itself. It didn't fly so much as relocate, appearing in different positions without crossing the distance between them. Each time it moved, reality seemed to stutter around it, like a film skipping frames. The lake, the trees, even the stars above would flicker for just a moment, and when they stabilized, the craft would be somewhere else entirely. I tried to follow its movement with my eyes, but the motion was too alien for my brain to process properly. Looking at it was like trying to watch something that existed in more dimensions than I could perceive. My vision would slide off it, unable to maintain focus, and I'd find myself staring at empty air while knowing the craft was still there, just outside my ability to see. Then it was gone, not departed, not flown away, just gone. The natural sounds of the lake rushed back in like air filling a vacuum. I could move again, blink again, breathe properly again. But the metallic taste lingered, and there was something new in my peripheral vision, a shadow that shouldn't have been there given the position of the moon. I turned to look, but there was nothing. Just the familiar shoreline, the dock, the path leading back to the cabin. Everything exactly as it should be, except for the feeling that I was still being observed. Not watched exactly, but studied, cataloged, the way you might examine an interesting specimen under a microscope. My legs felt unsteady as I started back toward the cabin. Each step seemed to echo longer than it should have, as if the ground beneath me had become hollow. The air smelled different too, charged with ozone and something else, something organic but not quite natural, like the scent of growing things but accelerated, concentrated. The walk back should have taken 5 minutes. I know that path by heart, every route and rock and turn. But somehow I found myself approaching the cabin from a different angle, coming up from the side instead of straight from the lake. The porch light was on, casting everything in harsh yellow relief, and my shadow stretched out behind me in ways that didn't match the light source. I paused at the bottom of the porch steps, keys already in my hand, though I didn't remember taking them out of my pocket. The cabin looked the same as always, but there was something wrong with the proportions. The windows seemed slightly larger, the door a few inches taller. Not enough to be obvious, just enough to feel unsettling. Inside, everything was exactly as I'd left it, but the air felt different, thicker somehow, like breathing through gauze. The temperature was comfortable, but my skin kept breaking out in goosebumps. I checked the thermostat, checked the windows, checked everything I could think of, but found no explanation for the strange atmosphere. I remember sitting on the couch trying to process what I'd seen, but my thoughts kept sliding away from the memory like water off glass. Every time I tried to focus on the details of the craft, my mind would drift to something else. What I'd eaten for dinner, what I needed to do the next day, anything except the impossible thing hanging over the lake. That's when I first noticed the humming. So quiet I almost missed it, like the sound of electricity moving through wires but coming from everywhere at once. It seemed to pulse in rhythm with my heartbeat, and the longer I listened, the more synchronized we became. My pulse would slow, and the humming would slow with it. My breathing would deepen, and the frequency would drop to match. I should have been terrified. Any rational person would have been terrified. Instead, I felt this strange sense of completion, like a puzzle piece finally clicking into place. The humming was familiar, comfortable even. It reminded me of something from childhood, though I couldn't quite place what. But I'm still moving too fast through this. Let me go back further to before the craft, before the lake, before I understood what was happening to me. The disturbances had been building for days before that night. Small things, easy to dismiss individually, but forming a pattern I should have recognized. My radio would tune itself to empty frequencies, filling the cabin with static that almost sounded like voices speaking just below the threshold of comprehension. The refrigerator would hum in harmonics that made my teeth ache. Every evening the power would fluctuate at exactly the same time. Not a blackout, just a dimming, as if something was drawing electricity from the grid. The lights would fade to about half strength for precisely 30 seconds, then return to normal. I checked with the power company, but they had no record of any issues in the area. My watch started running slow, losing exactly 4 minutes every day. I had it serviced, had the battery replaced, even bought a new one, but the same thing kept happening. Time itself seemed to be moving differently around me, flowing like thick honey instead of water. The dreams started then too, though I didn't recognize them as memories at first. I would find myself in spaces that couldn't exist, rooms with too many angles, corridors that curved back on themselves. The architecture was wrong in ways I couldn't articulate, but it felt more real than reality. I would wake with the taste of metal in my mouth and the absolute certainty that I hadn't been dreaming at all. My appetite disappeared completely, not from nausea or illness, but from a simple lack of interest in food. It was as if my body was running on something else entirely, some new form of energy that made eating unnecessary. I lost weight, but I felt stronger, more alert. My vision became sharper, my hearing more acute. I could smell things from impossible distances, hear conversations from houses I couldn't even see. The animals started avoiding the area around my cabin. Birds would fly in wide arcs to avoid passing overhead. Squirrels and rabbits, usually common in the woods nearby, simply vanished. Even insects seemed reluctant to come near. The silence during the day was almost as unnatural as the humming at night. I began having episodes where I would lose time without realizing it. I would sit down to read, and suddenly the sun would be in a completely different position. Hours would pass in what felt like minutes, but I had no memory of where my mind had gone during those gaps. Sometimes I would find myself standing in rooms I didn't remember entering, holding objects I didn't remember picking up. The most disturbing part was how normal it all felt. Each new strangeness seemed to slot perfectly into my routine, as if my life had always been this way. I adapted to the time loss, worked around the electrical disturbances, accepted the isolation. It was only later that I realized this acceptance wasn't natural. Something was helping me adjust, smoothing over the rough edges of impossibility. But even before all of this, there were signs I missed completely at the time. I remember the first day I arrived at the lake, how perfect everything seemed. The cabin was exactly what I'd hoped for when I'd booked it online. Isolated but comfortable, rustic but well-maintained. The kind of place where you could disconnect from the world and reconnect with yourself. The lake stretched out like a mirror, reflecting the sky so perfectly it was hard to tell where water ended and air began. The surrounding forest was dense with old-growth trees that created a natural amphitheater around the shoreline. It felt like stepping into a postcard, too beautiful to be real. I spent that first afternoon just walking the property, familiarizing myself with the layout. There was the main cabin, a small dock extending into the lake, and a network of trails that wound through the woods. Everything was peaceful, serene, exactly what I needed after months of stress and noise and complications. The only odd thing was how quiet it was, not peaceful quiet, but empty quiet. I realized after a while that I hadn't seen any wildlife, hadn't heard any birds or insects or small animals moving through the underbrush. The forest felt like a museum display, beautiful but lifeless. I dismissed it at first. Maybe it was the wrong time of year, or maybe the animals were just shy around humans. But as the day wore on, the silence became more noticeable, more oppressive. It was the kind of quiet that made you want to whisper, as if speaking normally would somehow violate the stillness. That evening I sat on the dock watching the sunset paint the sky in brilliant oranges and purples. The water was so still it looked solid, like I could walk across its surface. The air smelled of pine and clean water and something else, something faintly metallic that I couldn't identify. As darkness fell, I noticed something strange about the stars. They seemed brighter than usual, more numerous, arranged in patterns I didn't recognize despite years of amateur astronomy. The constellations were all wrong, shifted somehow, as if I was looking at the sky from a different latitude than where I knew I was. I went inside, made dinner, tried to read, but I kept finding myself drawn back to the windows. There was something about the view that demanded attention, as if the landscape was waiting for me to notice something important. The lake's surface caught starlight in ways that seemed almost intentional, creating patterns that shifted and changed when I wasn't looking directly at them. That night I slept better than I had in months, deep, dreamless sleep that left me feeling more rested than I'd felt in years. I woke naturally with the sunrise, no alarm needed, feeling perfectly synchronized with the rhythm of the place. It was only much later that I realized how unusual that was. I'd been an insomniac for as long as I could remember, but somehow this place had cured that immediately. My body had adapted to its rhythms as if I belonged there, as if I'd always belonged there. The morning air was crisp and clean, carrying scents of dew and growing things and that same faint metallic undertone I'd noticed the night before. I made coffee and sat on the porch, watching mist rise from the lake's surface in graceful spirals that seemed to move with purpose rather than just following air currents. Everything was perfect, everything was exactly as it should be, and that, I now understand, was the first sign that something was terribly wrong. But I didn't know that then. Then I was just grateful for the peace, the quiet, the sense that I'd finally found a place where I could rest. I had no idea that the rest would be temporary, that the peace was preparation, that the quiet was the sound of something vast and patient waiting for exactly the right moment to make itself known. I had no idea that by the time I left that place, I would no longer be entirely myself. That part of me would stay there forever while something else followed me home. I had no idea that some invitations, once accepted, can never be declined. Story 9. The air carried a whisper of jasmine, a scent too vivid for this dusty room cluttered with old books and forgotten intentions. It curled around me like an old song, coaxing a place in my mind I'd kept locked. With each breath, it pulled me closer to a memory smudged along its edges. I turned, searching for its source, yet nothing disrupted the stillness, nothing except that lingering scent, persistent and out of place. The walls swallowed my questions, leaving only the fragrance clinging, leading me to what should have stayed buried. I shouldn't have recognized it, but I did. I've been trying to remember for weeks now, maybe months. The concept of time feels slippery lately, like trying to hold water in cupped hands. Something happened to me, something significant enough that my mind keeps circling back to it like a tongue probing a sore tooth. But every time I reach for the memory, it dissolves. I know I was different before. I can feel it in the way I move through my apartment, how I hesitate before touching certain objects, how I catch myself listening for sounds that never come. There's a gap in my consciousness, a clean surgical absence where something important used to live. The doctors said stress could cause memory lapses, trauma they suggested with their careful clinical voices, but this doesn't feel like forgetting. It feels like something was carefully removed, extracted with precision. The edges of the absence are too smooth, too deliberate. I started keeping a journal, thinking maybe if I wrote down everything I could remember about the period before the gap, something would surface. Mostly, I found myself staring at blank pages, my pen hovering over paper like it was afraid to make contact. But then I found the recording. It was buried in a folder on my computer labeled backup files, tucked between old work documents and forgotten photos. The file name was just numbers, 47,291, no extension, no date stamp. When I clicked on it, my media player struggled for a moment, then began to play. Static filled my headphones, not the clean white noise of a dead channel, but something organic breathing. Underneath the static, I could hear my own voice, distant and distorted, speaking words I couldn't quite make out. The quality was wrong somehow, like the recording had been made underwater or through several layers of glass. I listened to it 17 times that first night, turning the volume up until the static made my ears ring. Each time I caught fragments of what I was saying, but they never formed complete sentences. Words like following and behind the light and something that might have been there watching. The strange thing was how my voice sounded, calm, almost hypnotized, like I was narrating something happening to someone else. As I listened, something began to surface, not a memory exactly, but a sensation. The feeling of walking somewhere dark, my phone's flashlight cutting through empty space ahead of me. The beams seemed to move independently, sweeping back and forth across surfaces I couldn't identify. In the recording, I could hear my footsteps, but they echoed wrong, like I was walking through a space much larger than it should have been. I pressed my palms against my eyes until I saw spots of light trying to force the memory into focus. Instead, I got fragments, pieces of sensation without context. The taste of copper in my mouth, the feeling of something soft brushing against my shoulder in the darkness. A sound like electrical equipment powering down but stretched out, lasting too long. I woke up the next morning with my headphones still on, the recording playing on loop. My computer showed it had been running for over 8 hours. The static had changed somehow, developed a rhythm that matched my heartbeat. That's when I noticed the notebook. It was sitting on my kitchen counter, open to a page covered in my handwriting. I don't remember writing it. The ink was fresh, the words still slightly smudged where my hand had dragged across them. The lights moved in patterns, not random, deliberate, like they were trying to communicate something. When I followed them deeper, the air changed, became thicker, harder to breathe, but I kept walking because I had to understand what they wanted to show me. Below that, in different ink, like it had been added later, something was behind me the whole time. I could feel it watching, but every time I turned around, there was only darkness. It stayed just outside the range of my light, matching my pace exactly. Reading my own words felt like eavesdropping on a stranger. I had no memory of writing them, no recollection of the experience they described, but my body seemed to remember. As I read, my hands began to shake slightly, and that taste of copper returned to my mouth. I spent the afternoon searching my apartment for other clues. In my jacket pocket, I found a small object I didn't recognize. It was roughly cylindrical, about the size of my thumb, made of some kind of dark metal that felt warm to the touch. The surface was covered in tiny indentations, too precise to be natural, too random to be decorative. When I held it up to the light, it seemed to absorb the illumination rather than reflect it, and it vibrated, not constantly, but in irregular pulses that seemed to respond to my heartbeat. As I examined it, another fragment surfaced, the memory of reaching for something in the darkness, my fingers closing around this same object. It had been lying on the ground, partially buried in what felt like sand or fine gravel. When I picked it up, the lights I'd been following suddenly changed direction, moving faster, more urgently. In the memory, I could hear myself speaking, the same calm, hypnotized voice from the recording. It's warm, like it's alive. The patterns on the surface seem to shift when I'm not looking directly at them. But that was impossible. The object in my hand was clearly inanimate, just a piece of shaped metal. Yet as I watched, the indentations did seem to rearrange themselves, subtle shifts that I could only catch in my peripheral vision. I set it down on my desk and backed away, but I could still feel it somehow, like it was broadcasting a signal only I could receive. That night I dreamed of walking through a corridor that stretched infinitely in both directions. The walls were smooth and featureless, but they seemed to pulse with their own internal light. Behind me, I could hear footsteps that weren't quite in sync with my own, always one beat off, like an echo that arrived too early. I woke up with the taste of jasmine in my mouth and the certainty that the dream wasn't a dream at all. The next few days blurred together. I found more evidence of my missing experience scattered throughout my life like breadcrumbs. A receipt for batteries I didn't remember buying. A voicemail on my phone from my own number, just heavy breathing and that same organic static. A video file on my camera roll that showed nothing but darkness, but when I turned the brightness all the way up, I could make out shapes moving in the black. The shapes were wrong somehow. They moved too fluidly, like they weren't bound by the same physical laws as everything else. In the video, I could hear myself whispering, "They're beautiful. I never realized how beautiful they could be." But I felt no beauty watching them, only a growing sense of unease that seemed to settle deeper into my bones with each viewing. The fragments were coming faster now, triggered by seemingly random stimuli. The hum of the refrigerator would suddenly sound like that electrical powering down noise. The shadows in my apartment would shift when I wasn't looking directly at them. My reflection in the bathroom mirror would sometimes be facing the wrong direction, looking at something behind me that wasn't there when I turned around. I started avoiding mirrors altogether. The most vivid fragment came while I was washing dishes. The warm water on my hands triggered a sudden, overwhelming memory of standing in a space filled with soft, pulsing light. The light came from everywhere and nowhere, casting no shadows, creating no heat. I was surrounded by figures that seemed to be made of the same light, shifting and flowing like liquid mercury. In the memory, I wasn't afraid. I was fascinated, reaching out to touch one of the figures. My hand passed through it, but I could feel something anyway, a sensation like static electricity mixed with the feeling of diving into cool water. "You're not supposed to be here," I heard myself saying in that same calm voice, "but you're not trying to leave either." One of the figures moved closer, and I could see that it wasn't featureless after all. It had something that might have been a face, but the features were constantly shifting, rearranging themselves like the patterns on the metal object. "You want me to remember," I continued, "but remembering changes things. Once I know, I can't unknow." The figure seemed to nod, though it was hard to tell with the way its form kept flowing and reshaping itself. Then the memory cut off abruptly, leaving me standing at my sink with my hands still in the soapy water, which had somehow turned ice cold. I dried my hands and went to my computer, pulling up the original recording. This time, when I played it, I could understand more of what I was saying. The words were clearer, as if my growing collection of fragments was teaching me how to decode my own voice. "The boundary is thinner here," I heard myself explain to some unseen listener. "They've been trying to show me for so long, but I never understood the signals. The lights, the sounds, the objects they leave behind, it's all communication." There was a pause filled with that breathing static, then, they're not from somewhere else, they're from someone else, a different layer of the same space. We're all here together, but operating on different frequencies. The recording quality improved suddenly, like someone had adjusted the settings. I could hear my footsteps more clearly now and something else. Other footsteps, multiple sets, moving in perfect synchronization with mine. I can see them clearly now, my voice continued. They're exactly like us, but slightly out of phase. When they move, they leave traces in our frequency, shadows and echoes we interpret as anomalies. The sound of my footsteps stopped, but the other footsteps continued for a few more beats before falling silent. They're trying to show me something important, something about the nature of space itself, how it folds and overlaps, how consciousness can slip between the folds if it knows where to look. Then there was a new sound, something I hadn't noticed in my previous listenings. A low humming that seemed to come from everywhere at once, rising and falling in complex harmonies. It was beautiful and terrible at the same time, like hearing the voice of something vast and alien. Oh, I heard myself whisper. Oh, I understand now. They're not trying to communicate with me. They're trying to tune me, like adjusting a radio frequency. They want me to match their phase. The humming grew louder, more complex, and I could hear my breathing change, becoming deeper and more rhythmic. When I spoke again, my voice had taken on a different quality, like it was being filtered through something. It's working. I can feel myself shifting. The boundaries are dissolving. I can see both frequencies at once now. This is what they wanted to show me. This is why they've been leaving the signals. The recording ended abruptly, cutting off in the middle of a word I couldn't identify. I sat in the silence that followed, feeling something fundamental shift in my understanding. The fragments weren't random memories of a single strange experience. They were pieces of an ongoing process, a gradual transformation that had been interrupted but not stopped. The metal object on my desk was pulsing more rapidly now, its rhythm matching my elevated heart rate. When I looked at it directly, it seemed perfectly still, but in my peripheral vision it was moving, rotating slowly on its axis. I picked it up and immediately the world around me became unstable. The walls of my apartment seemed to breathe, expanding and contracting slightly. The air itself took on a visible quality, like heat shimmer, but cold instead of warm. Through this distortion I could see them. The figures from my fragmented memory, standing in the same space as my apartment but somehow separate from it. They were clearer now, more defined, and I could see that they were indeed exactly like humans but translucent, existing on a slightly different wavelength of reality. One of them was standing directly in front of me, and as I watched, it raised its hand in a gesture that mirrored my own movement. We were holding the same object, but in different phases of existence. It was a key, I realized, or maybe a tuning fork, something designed to help consciousness shift between frequencies. "You're remembering," I heard myself say, though I wasn't sure if the voice was coming from me or from my translucent double. "The process is resuming." The jasmine scent was stronger now, not coming from my environment but from the overlap itself, the friction between realities. It was the smell of boundaries dissolving, of consciousness expanding beyond its normal parameters. I understood now why my memory had been fragmented. The experience was too large, too complex for a single-phase consciousness to hold intact. My mind had tried to protect itself by breaking the memory into pieces and scattering them, but the process they had started was stronger than my psychological defenses. The apartment around me was fading, becoming transparent. Through its dissolving walls, I could see the infinite corridor from my dream, stretching endlessly in both directions. But it wasn't a corridor at all. It was the space between spaces, the medium through which different phases of reality could communicate. I was walking again, my footsteps echoing in perfect harmony with my other phase double. The metal object in my hand was warm now, almost hot, and its vibrations had synchronized with something deep in my chest, something that felt like a second heartbeat. "The tuning is almost complete," my voice said, though I couldn't tell which version of me was speaking. "Soon you'll be able to exist in both phases simultaneously. That's what they've been working toward, not contact, but integration." The corridor was filling with light now, the same soft, sourceless illumination from my fragmented memory. But this time I could see that it wasn't really light at all. It was consciousness itself, visible in the space between realities. The figures around me weren't beings of light, they were beings of pure awareness, and they were showing me how to become the same. I felt myself beginning to dissolve, my consciousness expanding beyond the boundaries of my individual awareness. For a moment, I could perceive everything at once, all phases of reality, all possible configurations of space and time, all the countless versions of myself that existed across different frequencies. It was beautiful and terrifying and completely overwhelming. Then something pulled me back, snapped me into singular focus like a rubber band recoiling. I was sitting at my desk again, the metal object rolling across the floor where I had apparently dropped it. My apartment was solid and opaque once more, but I could still feel the other phase like a persistent itch just beneath my skin. The recording was playing again, though I didn't remember restarting it, but this time it was different. This time I could hear two voices speaking in unison, my current voice and the voice of my other phase self, perfectly synchronized. "The integration is not complete," we said together. "It never can be, not all at once. Consciousness needs time to adapt, to grow into its expanded capacity. But the process has begun, and it cannot be stopped." "They will continue to leave signals," the voices continued. "Objects and sounds and scents that serve as anchors, helping to maintain the connection between phases. The jasmine is one such anchor. The metal object is another. There are more scattered throughout your environment, waiting to be discovered. Each time you encounter one of these anchors, the integration will advance a little further. Your memory will become a little clearer, your perception a little more expansive. Eventually, you will be able to exist in both phases simultaneously, serving as a bridge between realities." The recording ended, but this time the silence that followed felt pregnant with possibility rather than empty. I could feel my other phase self still present, just beyond the edge of perception, waiting patiently for the next opportunity to merge our consciousness a little more completely. I picked up the metal object from where it had fallen and immediately felt the familiar vibration, the warmth that seemed to come from within rather than without. But now I understood what it was, a piece of technology from the overlap itself, designed to facilitate communication between phases of reality. As I held it, I could hear whispers just below the threshold of audibility, voices speaking in languages that existed only in the space between spaces. They were welcoming me, celebrating my gradual awakening to the true nature of existence. But they were also warning me. The integration process was irreversible, and each step forward would make it harder to function in single-phase reality. Eventually, I would have to choose, remain anchored to my current existence, or allow myself to drift completely into the overlap. I set the object back on my desk and looked around my apartment with new eyes. Everything appeared normal, but I could sense the hidden anchors scattered throughout my environment. A book whose pages contained words in a script that shifted when I wasn't looking directly at it. A photograph that showed slightly different images depending on which phase of vision I used to observe it. A plant that grew in directions that didn't correspond to any recognizable geometry. They had been preparing me for much longer than I realized, gradually surrounding me with tools and triggers that would help facilitate my transformation. The missing memory wasn't the beginning of the process, it was just the first time I had become consciously aware of what was happening. Now that I understood, I could feel the integration accelerating. My reflection in the window was already beginning to show signs of phase shifting, becoming translucent around the edges, flickering between different versions of myself. The jasmine scent was permanent now, a constant reminder of the boundaries that were dissolving around me. Soon, I would be able to perceive both phases of reality simultaneously, to exist as a bridge between different layers of consciousness. But first, I needed to document what was happening, to leave a record for others who might find themselves undergoing the same transformation. The process was spreading, I realized, propagating through contact with those who had already begun to integrate. Anyone who encountered my story, who listened to my account of the fragmentation and reconstruction of memory, would begin to experience their own phase shifts. The words themselves were anchors, designed to trigger recognition in consciousness that was ready to expand. If you've made it this far, if you followed my investigation into the missing pieces of my experience, then you're already beginning to feel it. The slight instability in your peripheral vision, the sense that something is watching you from just beyond the edge of perception, the growing certainty that reality is far more complex and layered than you previously understood. The integration has begun for you too. And like me, you'll soon discover that there's no going back. The jasmine scent is spreading, carried on frequencies that exist between the spaces of normal reality. Can you smell it yet? Story 10. Every morning I would reach for the spoon in the second drawer. It was a mundane ritual, dull and comforting, something that connected each new day to the last. The metal was always cold, tucked beneath napkins and unused cutlery. But lately the drawer didn't close right, a subtle unevenness, a slight resistance. I dismissed it at first, assuming the napkins had shifted. Then this morning the drawer was completely empty. Everything had been rearranged, yet the kitchen remained untouched. I can't quite place why, but I know something isn't as it should be. The sleep doesn't come anymore, not real sleep. I lie in bed and feel the weight of awareness pressing down on my chest, keeping my eyes fixed on the ceiling. The darkness feels different now, thicker somehow, as if it's watching back. When I do drift off, I wake to find my belongings shifted by inches. The coffee mug moved from the left side of the sink to the right, books rotated on their shelves. Small changes that no one else would notice, but I notice everything now. My phone screen flickers when I'm not using it. The display brightens for just a moment, showing nothing, then fades back to black. It happens in a rhythm I can't quite identify, but it feels deliberate. I've checked the settings, replaced the battery, even bought a new device. The same thing happens. The electronics in this place seem to respond to something I can't see. The refrigerator hums differently at night. During the day, it makes the usual mechanical sounds, the compressor cycling on and off in predictable intervals. But after dark, there's an underlying frequency, almost musical, a tone that seems to vibrate through the walls and settle in my bones. I've pressed my ear to the metal surface, trying to locate the source, but it comes from everywhere and nowhere at once. People tell me I look tired, They ask if I'm eating enough, sleeping enough, getting enough sunlight. I nod and smile because explaining would only make them worry, and their worry wouldn't change anything. How do you tell someone that your home feels like it's breathing, that the walls seem to expand and contract by fractions of inches when you're not looking directly at them? The dreams are fragments now, pieces of something larger that I can't quite assemble. I see myself standing in an open space, surrounded by tall grass that moves without wind. The sky above is the wrong color, not quite purple, not quite black, and there's a sound in the distance, like metal scraping against metal, but softer, almost gentle. In the dream, I'm not afraid. I'm waiting for something, expectant. When I wake, the expectation lingers, leaving me hollow and restless. There are marks on my arms sometimes, not bruises, not cuts, just faint impressions that fade by afternoon. They form patterns I don't recognize, geometric shapes that seem almost intentional. I've started taking photographs, but the camera never captures them clearly. The images come out blurred, as if something interfered with the lens. The memory of that night comes back in pieces, never all at once. I remember the silence first, not the absence of sound, but a presence that absorbed sound, made it feel muffled and distant. Even my own breathing seemed to come from somewhere else. I was standing outside, though I can't recall deciding to go out there. The grass was wet with dew, cold against my bare feet. Above me something hung in the air, not flying, not moving, just suspended like it belonged there. The shape was familiar and wrong at the same time, like seeing a word you know but can't pronounce. It cast no shadow despite the brightness it emanated, a soft glow that made everything beneath it look washed out and pale. I wanted to move, to run back inside, but my body wouldn't respond. Not paralyzed exactly, but disconnected, like watching someone else's life through their eyes. The thing above me pulsed gently, and with each pulse I felt something shift inside my head, not painful, just different, a rearrangement of thoughts I hadn't given permission for. Time became elastic during those moments. Seconds stretched into minutes, or maybe minutes compressed into seconds. I remember thinking about the kitchen drawer, about the spoon I would need in the morning, about routines that suddenly seemed incredibly important, as if focusing on these small things could anchor me to something real and familiar. The glow intensified, and I felt myself lifting slightly, just enough that my toes barely touched the grass. The sensation was gentle, like floating in warm water. Part of me wanted to surrender to it completely, to let go of the weight that kept me tethered to the ground. But another part, some deep instinct, held on tight to the memory of cold metal spoons and morning rituals. Going back further, I remember the signs I should have recognized. The way the birds stopped singing near the house, not all at once, but gradually over several days. The strange behavior of the neighbor's dog, how it would sit at the edge of the property and stare at nothing, its head tilted as if listening to frequencies I couldn't hear. The electrical disturbances started small, light bulbs burning out faster than they should, the television changing channels on its own, always landing on static-filled stations that seemed to whisper in languages I didn't recognize. I blamed faulty wiring, made notes to call an electrician, but never quite got around to it. At night there were vibrations in the floor, subtle tremors that I felt more than heard, like distant machinery running underground. I would place my hand flat against the boards and feel the pulse travel up through my palm, steady and rhythmic. During the day, the floor was solid and still. The air began to taste metallic, especially in the early hours before dawn. I would wake with the flavor coating my tongue, sharp and electric, like licking a battery. I checked for gas leaks, opened windows, bought air purifiers, but the taste persisted. It was strongest in the kitchen, near the second drawer where I kept the spoons. The temperature in certain rooms would drop without warning. Not dramatically, just enough to raise goosebumps on my arms and make me reach for a sweater. But when I checked the thermostat, the reading remained constant. The cold seemed to come from within the walls themselves, seeping out through invisible cracks. I started finding small objects in places I hadn't put them. A pencil balanced on the windowsill, a book lying open to a page I didn't remember reading. Nothing valuable, nothing that would suggest an intruder, just everyday items relocated with surgical precision. As if someone was learning the geography of my life, one small thing at a time. The smell came first, days before anything else. A clean, sharp scent like ozone after a thunderstorm, but there had been no rain. It lingered in corners and doorways, strongest near windows that faced the field behind the house. I would catch hints of it throughout the day, always when I wasn't looking for it. My reflection began to look strange in mirrors and windows, not different exactly, but delayed. I would turn my head and see the movement a fraction of a second later in the glass. I told myself it was fatigue, stress, too much caffeine, but the delay grew more pronounced until it felt like watching someone else who happened to look exactly like me. The house settled differently at night. Old houses make noise as they cool and expand, but these sounds were new. Soft tapping from inside the walls like fingernails against wood. Creaking floorboards in rooms I knew were empty. I would lie in bed and listen to footsteps that matched no pattern of human walking, too slow and deliberate. Before all of this, before the signs and disturbances and sleepless nights, there was an ordinary evening. I had prepared a simple meal, washed the dishes, put everything away in its proper place. The spoon went into the second drawer, nestled among the napkins and unused cutlery. The metal was cold against my fingers, solid and real. I remember standing at the kitchen window, looking out at the field that stretched toward the horizon. The grass moved gently in the breeze, creating patterns that shifted and flowed like water. The sky was clear, scattered with stars that seemed brighter than usual. Everything was peaceful, normal, exactly as it should be. I went to bed that night thinking about tomorrow's routine, about the morning coffee and the cold spoon I would reach for without thinking. Simple pleasures that connected one day to the next, creating the illusion of continuity in a world that was about to change in ways I couldn't imagine. But even then, in that moment of perfect normalcy, something was already watching from the darkness beyond the field, patient and curious, waiting for the right time to rearrange everything I thought I knew about the space I called home.